And we're live. Hello, everyone. Good morning, beautiful people out there. I am so excited. This is actually my first live stream on YouTube. And of course, I am joined by my beautiful and fabulous podcast co host who's in Vancouver, Canada right now. This is Rachel
Victoria,
Varga.
actually,
Oh,
where
sorry.
the Upgrade Labs red ribbon just got cut. We have the
Mm.
latest Upgrade Labs in my hometown, and I've had the pleasure of having the behind the scenes VIP experience and have played around on some of the cool gadgets like the ozone sauna, the cheat machine. I
Oh,
had my in-body reading done. I got to use the vibe plate. I got to use the PEMF machine, and also that really cool it's like this chamber you go into, and it takes you up to about 2,000. I think it's an altitude machine, and what it does is supposedly shrinks and expands your cells to make them a little bit more tougher and badass. So
wow. Did you feel a little
yeah.
nauseous after doing that? Because I did some like literal like natural altitude training recently. I went all the way to the top of
Mm.
Mauna Kea, which I think is about like 15,000 feet above sea level, and I was like, okay, all right, like I'm feeling it. I felt a little nauseous going up, but you just work on your Wim Hof breathing and you kind of get power through. So did you feel a little queasy after?
Actually, Chris, who was running me through my sessions, he gave me some really yummy gum to chew on
Oh,
because you
interesting.
are dealing with altitude changes and your ears pop.
Yeah.
But afterwards, I definitely felt like I was probably detoxing later
Mm-hmm.
that day. And my readiness score the next day wasn't so hot. But actually, yesterday, I had my best readiness score ever. I had a 97 on my Aura Ring. I got a crown. I was pretty pumped. So I definitely feel like I've been seeing some of the benefits
Yeah.
through tracking my biometrics
Yeah, sometimes
a
those
couple of days
things
after.
take like a day or two to like fully kick in, right? Well, that's so
Totally.
exciting. I had the privilege of going to Upgrade Labs in LA like maybe 2 years ago, obviously before COVID, and it was just a trip. I loved the PMF machine. If any of you guys tuning in are just kind of curious about, PMF devices, I think there's a lot of at home, like kind of small gadgets that can certainly have some effects depending on your level of sensitivity. But when you jump on the pulse centers, which is like $100,000 machine, you feel it in your entire body, right? Like I felt
All about that frequency.
inflammation. Mm-hmm. It was really good for like because I get a lot of lower back pain from sitting, and so I could just feel the kind of like frequency waves going through, and just it like for the next day or two after, I had like my flexibility increased, and I felt amazing. Like I felt like a lot of that pain had been mitigated. Didn't last forever, so that's always the problem with these things. You kind of have to keep doing them all the time, but I can't afford $100,000 pull center machine in my house. The closest thing we got was the Vibe, which we actually had shipped from California because it had been in storage, and so we now have that on our patio, and we'll actually be live streaming on that later, guys. So if you want to check that out,
Woo!
it's gonna be super
Yeah,
fun.
that's gonna be fun.
So what are we doing
So
today? We're going to be I mean the
yeah.
conference is in midstream. I'm sorry we are interrupting, if you guys are watching, but we just thought we'd pop in and just let you know that we're here and we're live and we're excited, and we're going to be, kind of coming in and out all day just giving you some thoughts on some of the sessions.
Pretty pumped. And if you haven't yet registered, we are not paid to talk about this,
Mhm.
but Dave is a friend of mine, and he actually has graciously extended 50 free tickets to anyone who uses the code VARGA VBC on the virtual biohacking website sign up page. So use that
Nice.
promo code VARGA VBC, and that will actually get you free admission if there are any tickets left. So go ahead and check. You can still hop on midstream or just catch some of the event here. But I was actually able to attend the virtual biohacking conference last year, and I was quite impressed. For me, as a registered nurse, this is where the information is being shared in relation to the future of health
Mhm.
and the degree of empowerment that us as the consumer, John and Jane Doe sitting at home, it's like, what can we do to improve our health on all aspects, body, mind, spirit, energy, consciousness. This is going to be a really sweet day.
The other thing I want to just kind of mention, and this is, sort of like if you are on the fence of like, thinking about joining for even a couple of hours, like there is a reason why it's behind a paywall and it's not completely free, right? It's because they're going to be talking about some stuff that's probably more controversial that would probably get pulled off YouTube. So just putting that out there. If you guys are like, I mean, we live in modern times. We've got some controversial things circulating in the world today. They're probably going to talk about it. And so if you're curious about, different viewpoints on certain topics that I will not name, but I'm sure you can kind of read between the lines, like that there's going to be some stuff talking about the implications of that on long-term health. And so I think, just me being a journalist, like I love getting all perspectives. I love really understanding both sides of the story. And so this is a great opportunity to really kind of get some of that extra, information for you to then make your own personal health decisions, right? Because at the end of the day, it's your decision. No one's telling you what to do. I just think the more information, the more data you have, the better off you are at making a, really good proactive choice for yourself. So that would be my take. So if you guys are thinking about it, like, believe me, that the topics are going to be there.
And we're going to be doing an IG live also on the Rachel Varga official and Katie Type A Instagram channels. And yes, I'm going to be doing a live stream cold plunge from my galvanized tub in my backyard.
Dude.
And you guys will see just how badass I really am. And you won't even like really be able to tell that I've just submerged my entire body in cold. I feel like I've like mastered this cold therapy because first when I started doing it, you have this moment of like nervous system freak out, but the more you do it, the more used to it you get and desensitized you get from this like jarring sensation of the cold. So yeah, now that I've said that, I really have to bring my A game.
Rachel, how cold is it in like where you are right now? Like, is it 50s?
Outside, it's 9 degrees Celsius.
Okay, what is that in Fahrenheit?
I'm not exactly sure.
Shoot,
And
we need somebody, like anybody in the comments want to just do a quick math for us, just so I'm terrible at math, just so you guys know.
So the water that I'm getting into is colder than that. And the ideal range for cold therapy is 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, says my husband, who's a pro athlete and has been doing cold therapy before. It was #cold therapy for recovery. So it's definitely colder than 9 degrees. I would speculate it's more like maybe 5 or 6.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Raghov said it's around 48 degrees Fahrenheit. You are awesome. And thank you, Jasper, but you were a little too slow, my love. That's awesome. Pumped. Okay, so 48, that's pretty chilly. I mean, compared, 48.2. I'm sorry. Rane says 48.2. I love that. I love that, like, accuracy. That is amazing. You guys are so freaking on it this morning.
You want to know something wild?
Yeah.
I actually find it not that cold because sometimes I'll do mountain snowfall runoff, waterfall, cold plunging, and I feel like that's probably more like 3-4 degrees, so even colder than that.
Yeah,
it's really hard to get in water that's that cold.
Now, I also think that this is a great topic that we should probably talk about on our podcast, because I've heard a lot of myths or talk that doing a cold plunge right after some intense like HIIT training or exercise is actually bad for the letting your body do natural inflammation, and you should actually wait a period of time before you get into the cold plunge. Now, I've always been in the belief that like you get your body heated, I usually go for like a quick run and then I jump in the cold bath. But now I'm starting to see like some new science coming out that like that might not actually be the best course of action for helping heal inflammation long term. So I think this is a really interesting discussion, and I think we should maybe table it for now, just until we can kind of get some more scientists on board to talk about this, because I'm interested, and I do have a cold bath.
I'll share my metrics.
Oh yeah,
from me doing my morning HIIT training with cold therapy afterwards. I mean, I'll share what I saw with my Oura Ring readings for sure.
Yeah, perfect. And good morning, Pamela in California. That is my mother-in-law. Hello. So excited. So anyway, I wanted to interrupt, just very quickly. let you guys know what we're planning for the day. Obviously, just as a caveat, we are not live streaming any of the broadcasts. So don't, we're not going to have any of the actual conference footage available. But I am going to be taking some prolific notes. I got a notepad ready and I'm so excited to like just take in all of the information, and then I'm going to share what I consider to be the most relevant from the sessions I attend. And then Rachel is going to attend some different sessions. So we're going to come together. We're going to share our thoughts on the sessions that we think you guys will benefit the most from. So we're going to give you like a sneak peek, inside view, even if you can't attend. If you want to just come in and hear what we have to say, that works too. So we'll be live streaming all day. I'm not going anywhere. Rachel's not
We're
going
going to be
anywhere.
like the commentators at fight events.
Exactly.
Between rounds.
Between rounds. Yes, yes. And this brings me back to like my journalism days when I was like, on the news, like breaking news, guys. Dave said this. So, I mean, if you want to go Twitter route, that's totally fine. But like, we're also going to be like filtering stuff for you guys too. So we're super excited. I'm just gonna quickly chime in with one comment that I think is really relevant, and this comes back from Raghav. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but you can always correct me if I'm not. So he says, not sure if this is relevant, but what would be your suggestion to not lose out on the motivation to start out the day, especially during these unprecedented times? That is $1 million question, because we've all been down that road where we start the day, we're feeling great, and then like midway through, you're like, okay, you know what? I'm tired, right? And I certainly go through that. There's a couple of things I do throughout the day, and I'm not going to talk about every single one of them, but I'll tell you a few. I do wake up early, so around 5 a.m. And first thing I do is I get outside, get sunlight on my body. That is going to turn off your melatonin production, your natural secretion. It's going to help actually because serotonin is a precursor to melatonin. It's actually going to help boost your mood because it's going to shed kind of some of that melatonin natural production going on and kind of get you ready to start serotonin production. So that's one thing I do. If during the middle of the day, I always have my coffee, but if I'm, cranking and I'm all of a sudden hitting a wall, what I'll do is I'll be gracious to myself. I'll take some time to do something either exercise related, because I find that endorphin rush, the BDNF coming from, a quick HIIT training, or even just, going for a quick run, that's an amazing way to kind of stimulate my nervous system, get me sort of recharged, and totally helps with creativity for me. If I'm not in the mood to do any physical activity, I'll do a new Calm binaural beats app. So nap. So there's a great app. I think they are grossly overpriced. So that is why I have not talked about them on my channel, just an FYI. However, I have tried the app and I really like it. And so, if you are willing to kind of pay a little extra price for some premium binaural beats, they are a great option. But again, I'm caveating this, and it is a very expensive option. So they have a 20-minute kind of recharge session, but you could also find some great free binaural beats on YouTube as well. And I definitely encourage you guys to start there. I'll just lay down on my bed 20 minutes with an eye mask on, cool temperature room, and just do a 20-minute binaural beat session. That really kind of helps with, it's like this idea of like neuroacoustic, modality, which is really kind of helping you get into some more of the meditative brainwave states. So your gamma waves, and really taking you out of that high beta mode for a couple minutes. And then I usually wake up pretty refreshed from that. I also do an inversion table. I'll get on my vibe, or I will do a cold plunge in the middle of the day, and that wakes me the F up. So those
the
are the
vibe
things.
Would definitely wake me up too.
Yeah. So those are the things I do. Rachel, what do you do like to supercharge your day and keep you motivated?
Yeah, I'll run up the mountain where I live, or I'll do cold plunge. Sometimes I'll do like cold plunge in the morning. I've been tweaking my morning routine with working out in the morning, following that up with cold plunge, and then making sure I'm actually having like a really solid blueberry smoothie with some of my linoleic acid oil. So I'm just trying to incorporate like healthy fats in. And I find when I do that, I don't really necessarily have as much of an afternoon crash. But if I do, I'll run up the stairs a couple times between interview calls, or I'll go up the mountain next to my house, or I'll get in the cold plunge. Movement really does it for me. And I don't have caffeine after like 11 or 12.
Mm,
And I definitely won't I haven't had alcohol in about 2.5 months.
yeah.
So resist that urge to have like that afternoon drink, if you will, because supporting your liver right now will actually give you um, hormonal support
Yeah.
also throughout the day, so to keep your hormones in check. But eating more and actually not doing like really long fasts, I will fast over 12 hours, that seems to work really well for me.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say is also like dopamine. So we all know dopamine is the neurotransmitter that really is closely aligned to kind of motivation and determination. So what I do is I actually take a natural supplement. It's called Dopamine Assist. And what it contains is the amino acid L-tyrosine. So a good friend of mine, a good friend of Rachel's, Lucas Owen. He's been on Ben Greenfield. He is a phenomenal nootropics expert. Go check out his channel, Boost Your Biology. I talk about him all the time because he is just a wealth of knowledge. He got me onto L-tyrosine because that actually can help support natural dopamine production in your brain. So if you are feeling a little sluggish or not motivated, that might be a potential option. Again, not medical advice at all. That we are not here. We're not. I'm not a doctor. Rachel's closer to being a doctor, and also went to med school, by the way. So,
I no, I didn't go to med school. I decided to after I did my med school prerequisites. So I have my background in Gen Chem, Organic Chem, Biochem. I actually then went on to do further education within my nursing degree, and now I'm an international clinical trainer and three-time published academically published author in some international medical journals. So yeah,
again,
there's
much
some cool
closer to a
things that I
doctor
could
than
do,
me.
but not a doctor, not a
But
doctor.
I'm a biohacker. I love experimenting with things that, at least have had a couple of years of thorough, rigorous testing. And another thing about supplements, guys, and this is just kind of, me proselytizing right now, but like when you're going to get a supplement, I highly recommend you go through a company that has third party lab testing. So science.bio, not paid by them. I have no affiliations with them, but they are a fantastic nootropics company because they have all of the paperwork. You can literally see every third party lab test done. And so I just really think that at this stage of the game, with so many things coming on Amazon that are tempting and have beautiful marketing, you got to really look at the data and the science. And so I would say look for those kind of companies if you're going to go down that route.
Yeah. So nootropics, you don't want to be getting, I don't recommend really anything you're putting in or on your body from some of those third-party auction websites. And we see this with a lot of skincare products being counterfeit, just like that Louis Vuitton handbag
Mm-hmm.
isn't real. Also, we actually have a sweet episode on the Beauty and the Biohacker podcast where we actually talk about fact checking tips
Mm-hmm.
and what to look for in a company, what third party lab testing means, all of
Yeah.
that. So that's a great resource. And also shout out to our interview with Lucas Owen on the Beauty and the Biohacker show too.
Yeah.
He's a pretty sweet dude. But yeah, nootropics, peptides. I think that that's going to be like a huge part of health and wellness in our future. I see a ton of my colleagues across Canada and US incorporating more US primarily peptide therapy into their client care, which
Mm-hmm.
is really quite amazing. I love it.
Yeah. There's actually going to be a huge peptide session today, especially as it relates to skincare. So if I don't get a chance to watch that live, I'm going to watch that in the recorded videos. I'm really excited because I think you're absolutely right. You hit it on the head. It is kind of the future of where a lot of the industry is going in terms
Oh
of,
yeah.
helping with preventing neurodegeneration with optimized skin and joint health as well.
Yeah.
So I'm super super excited. This is going to definitely be an avenue that I am going to experiment with. They are a little
I've been actually using
expensive.
peptides.
Yeah.
I've been working with products for the last, 10 and a half years that have peptides in skincare products I use. So this isn't new. This isn't new in the
Hmm.
medical grade skincare world. I have a ton of products behind me that have
Yeah.
peptides in them. And it's a really key part of it. So it's funny that it's made its way into the rejuvenation side of things before like the more consumer market people doing their own peptide therapies at home. So
Absolutely.
that's kind of neat.
Yeah, a lot of the peptides right now are still in, injectables. There's a couple of oral supplements you can take. Again, they're very expensive. So what's going to happen, in my opinion, is we're going to see, a lot of different companies making cheaper alternatives and formulations, or including peptides in their formulations, but it might be a very small amount to make it more, affordable for larger consumers. So things to watch out for. But, again, with like a market demand for more peptides, hopefully we'll start to see those prices come down in the next, I'd say probably 2 to 3 years, just based on what I've seen with industry trends. So yeah, so that was a lot this morning. Man, I feel like I'm a little on fire. I don't know. This feels like Christmas. I'm so excited. I am so excited that you guys have chimed in the live chat, and I am keeping an eye on that. So thank you to everybody. And we will be back in a couple of hours. Again, keep posted, or keep a watch of our Instagram, both of our Instagram accounts, as we go live throughout the day. And then I have our schedule that's going to be posted on the YouTube live page, so you guys can just chime in whenever you want. All right, cool. Well, I will see you guys soon. Back to the conference.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else. Take me to your heart. I belong to you. Take me to your soul. No one else will let you down. Start with the moves, don't wanna meditate. Girl, with you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, follow me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. You don't need to be scared. I can be gentle. You don't need to stay that square. You're beyond compare. I want to celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. always think of you when spring comes. Like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. belong to you. I belong to you. Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else. Let you down. Sing all my melodies. Take me to your heart. I belong to you. Take me to your soul. No one else will let you down. Playing all my melodies. Games up with the moves, don't wanna meditate. Girl, with you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, follow me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. You don't need to be scared. I can be gentle. You don't need to stay that square. You're beyond compare. I want to celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why, always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday, fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend. Never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place or a spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all again. Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. Say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for dancing with the devil, but he doesn't have my back. No, no. My body never know. I keep dancing with the devil, but he doesn't have my back. No, no. My body never know. I keep dancing with the devil, but he doesn't have my back. No, no. I belong to you.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else.
Let you down. Playing all my melodies.
Take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else will let you down.
Playing all my melodies.
Start with the moves, don't wanna meditate. Girl, with you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, follow me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. You don't need to be scared. I can be gentle. You don't need to stay that square. You're beyond compare. I want to celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh.
always think of you when spring comes. Like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend. Never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place or a spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for
belong to you.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby.
No one else but me, darling.
Put you down. Playing all my melodies.
Take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul.
No one else but me, darling.
Playing all my melodies.
as well as some more 40 years in. So stick around, be live, be here, and enjoy the breakout sessions. Pick the one that's most relevant for you.
Whoa. So I might have like all of Dave's books behind me.
I love it.
A bunch of them are signed.
So I think
cool.
Brittany might be joining us at. I think Brittany might be joining us at. Wait, we're not on, right?
You're totally live.
Hello, welcome.
What's up, friends? Woo!
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Oh, look at you, Miss Varga, in your orange. I love the bulletproof orange that you got going on.
Yeah, I got my signed copies here, which is pretty sweet.
That is awesome. So let's do a quick recap of the morning's events, because I feel like there was just a lot to cover. A really large and diverse range of speakers. We just wrapped up with a healing trauma panel, and I, absolutely felt like they had a golden panel of, very different forward-thinking, people in the space talking about the different ways that they're able to kind of coach their clients on, dealing with internal trauma. One of the things that, particularly spoke to me was separating yourself from the other person's issues, which is something that you and Rachel and I always talk about a lot on this channel, is just getting very self-aware and comfortable with yourself. And, it might sound, one of those kind of cliche things, but it's it is absolutely so true that when you have self-love and you're able to really keep yourself grounded, other people's drama and trauma it kind of just brushes off you almost like oil to water. It just doesn't really mix anymore. So that was something that was a big takeaway for me. How about yourself?
Yeah, I like what you said there. I mean, when things are functioning optimally, body, mind, spirit, energy, there's going to be less room for CRAP to accumulate in your physical, but also your bioenergetic. So that's some food for thought. I'm definitely familiar with the EMDR, the tapping breathwork technique that they were referencing. I do like tapping techniques as well. And it's a great way for leaning into fears that you might have right now. Mm-hmm. And for anybody tuning in, feel free to send me an email, info@rachelvarga.ca, and I will give you the link for my practitioner. She works with, some of the best around the world. I work with her. I've worked with her for over 10 years. I've recommended her to work with a number of people that we're talking about here today. And this stuff is pretty meaningful. And I love also the previous talk around what happens to the brain when we're sleep deprived and when we're on screens too much. We lose that ability to think rationally And it also impacts our food decisions. So it impacts our ability to kind of have that conscientious sound of mind, which, by the way, is Section 2 of Charter Rights of Canadians, to live your life in a way that, you know, is within, which feels good to your conscience, right? So I love that they were actually talking about the brain health implications of the topic of sleep optimization. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, with David Perlmutter's speech on, on all things kind of related to brain health and the amygdala, and what sort of comes of not like long-term abuse or misuse of technology, and how that
Social
really,
media addiction.
yeah. And some of the statistics, I often will hear numbers bounced around, but to actually see some of the clinical data, and teens are using social media 3 hours a day, you just have to start to think of like, wow, that, like, first of all, like the EMF exposure thing. Second of all, the blue light, and most likely they're using it at night before they're going to bed. It's stimulating you. So that's going to affect your sleep. They're probably not getting great sleep at all as it is. And then, it's like the mindlessness of, I'm just doing other activities while I'm consuming. And I actually did a video on like almost a year ago on mindful eating too, and how so many of us are distracted. We take our phones out, we're watching a video, classic, like, I grew up in a family where TV was always on while we were eating dinner.
TV and Pop Tarts, right?
And so you don't even start to appreciate the things that are fundamental necessities of life, like eating or getting outside. How many times do you walk outside with a podcast? I did that all the time in California. And then when I moved to Hawaii, just there was a huge sea change in my relationship to even consuming media when I'm outside, because I just was like, there's so much to, kind of look around, and your attention is such a valuable resource. And so to be able to kind of take in all of that, and the sounds and the sights and the smells, it really does affect things like your olfactory system, right? And so you start to make these associations, builds memories. But when you're locked into your own, the voice that you're listening to on a podcast or whatnot, it does create separation there. And then, I think that in order to kind of create a little bit more of a meaningful body, mind, spirit practice, it's really good to do a little bit of kind of getting outside and not bringing media along with you, just taking time to recharge.
Totally. Yeah, I
I know
mean, I
you
do
do
that on
that.
my off-grid days, one day a week. My girlfriend and I, we hop in the Jeep or the truck, depends which one is running that day and is going to be reliable. Because if you get stuck out there, you're stuck out there.
Oh, heck
And
yeah.
it's hours to get 3 hours of driving to get cell phone reception. So yeah, turning the phone on airplane mode. We're not playing music through Bluetooth, driving the analog vehicle as much as possible. That really makes a big difference for me. But also, when we're talking about being on our cell phones, it's like, what are the psychological implications of things that like AI is showing us, informing our opinions on things? So I really catch that sometimes when I'm on social media. But I do want to give a quick shout out to our Instagram live that we did. You were on your inversion chair and you had your red light therapy going, and then I did my cold plunge. We both kicked butt and took names for 10 minutes on each of our practices. So high five, girlfriend. You
That was a
inspired
lot
me
of
from a
fun.
distance.
I actually had the Bulletproof conference like live streaming in the background too. So it's been a lot of information today just to kind of to take in, but it was just such a joy, and it's really nice, and it just kind of reminds you of like why we do what we do, and implementing these practices into your daily habits is really what makes a big difference. I want to just give a couple shout outs to some people that I'm seeing come through on the chat. Jeremy, Biohacking, Brittany, Doug. Thank
Woo!
you guys so much for tuning in. I know that you have been following the channel for a while, and I just want to recognize you and say I love you guys, and I always really thank your for your feedback and everything. Side note, Brittany's actually going to be a special guest on later, and she has a new company called MFees & Co. You got to go check them out on Instagram. I have been a fan of Brittany's for a very long time. I've been listening to her podcast,
She's
and
going to be moving where I live. We're going to
she's
be
moving
doing some hacks
where you live.
together.
She is, I mean, she's got biohacking in her name, and she is doing some amazing work in the space. We are not paid to say this. She is just a personal friend, and she is a female entrepreneur building an EMF blocking underwear service for women. And so we're going to have her on later because she's also tuning into the biohacking conference. And so I want to get her thoughts on what the day's events have, kind of how things have played out, and kind of get a sneak peek on when her line is going to come out. So stay tuned for that later, guys.
Dave's
And
doing a great job, by the way.
I
I'm
think so
really,
too. Yeah.
I like how he's presenting the information and how it's relating to modern times. I really loved the concept of working with trauma. And if you feel yourself saying like, oh, I don't have any traumas to work through, you do. They're just unconscious. Everybody has them to some degree. For me, one of them was when I was 5 years old. Someone was supposed to pick me up and they didn't show up for like 30 minutes. They were late. And believe it or not, that was actually a childhood trauma. I mean, yes, of course, I had a great childhood if that was the worst that I experienced.
Yeah.
But there's just little things that can actually, when we're talking about like inner child work, even just like giving yourself a hug, like hugging yourself like you would imagine your parents or your grandparents hugging you. Something as simple as that, and just being in our body. They were talking about that as well, because stuff, type A people like you and I, Katie, we're in our head a lot. We can disconnect from our physical being, and it's just so great to have some reminders about that too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you a personal anecdote that I actually, it's kind of first time I'm dropping this on the channel. So anybody tuning in, like this is me like never really having talked about this because it's been embarrassing, but I feel like this is a safe space, and this is what the biohacking conference is encouraging, like open discussions about this. My personal trauma stemmed from the age of kindergarten. I actually was held back. So I was put into a program called Pre-First because I just wasn't like mentally or ready to like take on the next challenge, like just had attention issues and stuff. And so basically not going to the next phase of, childhood education with all my friends, it did traumatize me for years, and probably still there are some scars that I've had to work through. And it was in the last, I'd say maybe 5 or so years that I really kind of got comfortable with it and was okay with this idea, because what happens when you're left back is you feel unwanted, you feel stupid. And so pretty much my entire adult life, I was like, I have a kind of a broken brain, like something's wrong with me, and I'm slower than other people. And it wasn't that, it was simply like at that stage of my life, I just wasn't at the maturity level where I would have really thrived in that next, stage of education. So what my parents did was a service because they gave me a little bit more time to grow. But of course, as a kid, you're like, well, no, this is terrible. Like, and so that sort of, crept into my later years of high school and college. And then finally, as an adult, I was like, this has been bothering me for a really long time. And so through a variety of different modalities, including a lot of deep inner work, and I'm not going to go into all the details there, but like I finally broke through, and I was like, I embrace who I am, and I embrace those flaws from when I was a kid, because it's not a reflection of me today, and you have to get past those things and learn them. So yeah, that really was something that I've had to battle for years.
Thanks for sharing that. And looking back on that, do you think that the way that you were eating and living impacted your, psychological development?
100%. 100%. I mean, I grew up in the early 90s, and it was, it was fast food, everything, junk food. I'm sure I was overloaded on sugar most of the time. And, had I grown up maybe in a different, place in the world, in a different circumstance with a different kind of nutritional and
Wasn't your house next to a swamp too? So you might have even had like some mold exposure.
oh, we were on a swamp, and yeah, so there was always mold, and we had asbestos in our basement, which we later found out. So there was a lot going on. Yeah, it's and also I mean, this is just kind of like another physiological thing. I had a ear surgery when I was like really, really small, like tubes. A lot of kids have those in their ears, but that can potentially have an implication on early childhood development, right?
I had like 3 or 4 ear tube surgeries growing up.
Yeah. So I think that kind of like does play a part in how quickly you develop. And sometimes it takes brains longer to develop than others. And so it's that's a very formidable age when you're a child. And that's why a lot of these trauma kind of sessions and workshops really have to do with going back to like when you were 4 and 5, like your earliest memories, because those are the things that really have stuck with you the longest.
But also maybe even right now, understanding that there are things happening in our environment that we might feel vulnerable to. That's some of the things that really are kind of on my heart and mind. All of that stuff. So when I feel like a little bit ramped up about injustices in the world, things like that, cold plunging really helps me. It just takes me out of it. It's pretty cool. And also those off grid days, you kind of just leave that behind you and can really just kind of focus on yourself. But yeah, that's one thing I've been working through is the feeling of being vulnerable right now. So just calling in that protection, that neutralizing field around you is definitely something that's available to us. And he actually also spoke, Margaret was talking about how, reinforcing your connection to source and your guides and however that might look for you could be helpful if that's on your path.
Absolutely. The other session that I wanted to just kind of talk about was Amy Robach. So I personally am a huge fan of hers, and I loved the podcast that they had done on Bulletproof Radio together. She talked a lot about the state of the journalism industry, which I, as a former journalist and someone who still, has those journalistic instincts, like could very easily relate. There is always this perception of the media as kind of like very one-sided, and believe it or not, like most sometimes that's true, and it really very much depends on the organization that you align yourself with. There is a reason why I'm not in the news industry anymore. I didn't like to be assigned stories, and so having an outlet like this where I'm able to actually talk about the things that matter and be able to do the research on the things that really are going to, in my opinion, really have a bigger impact on people is important. But she said some really great things, and like one of them was about like it's not about don't fake it till you make it. It's about fake it until you become it. And I so resonate with that, because even starting something like a YouTube channel, and I was only at like 500 subscribers a year ago, which is crazy. But I didn't know what I was doing. Like my first video, and I'm sure you the same with their podcast, you're just like, I'm just going to do this because I feel called to do it, but I know it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be messy. And it's such a relief to know that even people who are well into their careers that have been so successful have struggled with this and still go through it. So it was really really good to kind of hear that perspective on things too.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of echo what you were saying about how you stepped away from mainstream journalism to do biohacking device reviews and talk about the industry itself. So you're applying your skills in a non-traditional way. And I'm actually doing the same thing as a fully qualified registered nurse with over 10, about 13 and a half years of nursing behind me, board certified and aesthetic nurse specialist. I teach, write academic papers, all that stuff. And my passion right now is to take my understanding of health and wellness and how that can kind of like trickle out into our communities, but talk about more non-traditional, not mainstream modalities to support my clients and listeners' body, mind, spirit, energy. So there's definitely some cool like parallels we both are kind of on board with. I mean, that's why we have so much fun co-hosting Beauty and the Biohackers, because we're both on that wavelength. It's fun.
Absolutely. I want to just take a quick moment and read one of the comments that just came through from Alessandro, asking a little bit about the Oura Ring and especially about what happens when you're starting to notice in your data that like your resting heart rate is increasing. So for me, I obviously would, you can feel free to reach out to me on my website, and I can, really sit down with you and look at your data over a long period of time, because it's hard to just give you stuff off the cuff, and I'm not a doctor and this is not medical advice. But I would definitely, as a starting point, just start tracking what's happening before you go to bed. How close are you eating to bed? When are you exercising during the day? Are you exercising? Are you taking any new medications or supplements that might increase your heart rate? And then I would say, just start tracking those things over a week or two and see how rapidly your heart rate is increasing. Is it staying the same? Is it lowering? Obviously, resting heart rate has a lot to do with your HRV, which has a lot to do with stress and cortisol. Are you a little bit more stressed right now? And if so, what stress mitigation practices can you put into place? Since there are a ton out there. I've done a lot of videos on this. Meditation, binaural beats, grounding, ice baths, saunas. Like, there are so many things that you can kind of take advantage of to really lower your stress levels before bed. So I would do those things, but most importantly, track. Like, figure out exactly, like, I know it's going to be a little annoying for like a week or two, but really be scrupulous about when you're doing certain things throughout the day, so you can kind of have more data to work with.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that the off-grid days are pretty powerful to give me a 97 with a crown
Look at
readiness
your
score.
HRV, 73.
I know. Yeah, I was
That's
actually working really hard at improving my HRV
That's great.
because it had tanked down to 41.
Yeah, I know.
And
Mine
I was
has
like,
gone down as low as
"What?"
19. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then
again, it was like my father-in-law had just passed. I was traveling across the country. And so I wasn't sleeping, wasn't eating. It was just like, in hospitals. Those are the times, right, when your stress just is like here, and what happens? HRV there, right? It's a correlation, inverse correlation.
And I actually want to do an episode on HRV because for me, even it's a concept I seem to have a bit of a hard time wrapping my head around. I know that off-grid days, I know that exercising regularly helps. I know that my cold therapy helps as well. But I'd love to get into the science of how we can really optimize our HRV. My resting heart rate's good, but I believe HRV is an indicator of just like how well your body can deal with stress. And I think that that's just something so key to pay attention to and to monitor. And you're the one that, got me hooked on the Aura Ring because you did a little questionnaire with me. We did a one-on-one consultation, and
Yeah.
Katie's like, I think the Aura Ring's going to be the right one for you. And yeah, thanks for your guidance on that. Appreciate it.
Of course. And again, I'm just going to make a disclaimer. First of all, still not sponsored by Aura Ring, you guys. I don't know how many more videos I have to make in order for them to just... all jokes aside, I'm not bitter about that, Peter McKinnon. Love Peter, but I don't think that like the Aura Ring is the perfect device. It's certainly not the most accurate. We all know that. But and I certainly use like the BioStrap and the Dream and 8 Sleep to track my sleep. So there's a lot of things I use to like look at different metrics. But I will say, and I've said this before, so I might sound like a broken record, just start tracking, guys. Just like get into the habit, because once you start at least looking at your data, it doesn't have to be 100% accurate. You're going to look at the trends over time, and you're going to start to be able to make correlations based on those trends. And so you can always upgrade it at a later time when it comes to getting something more, in-depth, high quality, more accurate, but they don't really exist right now on the market. So let's give it 3 to 5 years. Let's see what happens with the market. I will be testing everything I can under the sun when it comes out. But for now, just start tracking.
Yeah. And, play around with your supplements, see how well they improve your scores as well. So if you saw me popped a couple pills behind me, sodium butyrate, some NAD plus, balance oil, and linoleic acid, stuff like that. So just like I cycle my supplements, and I know in our conversations with Neurohacker Collective, Lucas Owen, they're all kind of echoing the same thing. So just a little tip, I'll actually keep my supplements at my workspace so that when it comes into my awareness, I'll take them, even if it's on screen. I don't really care.
And that's the first thing with habit tracking too, is you have to make it easy and you have to make it sustainable, because it's, if you don't have that thing readily available, easy to reach, you're not going to do it. bottom line. Last thing is what we're looking forward to this afternoon, and then we're going to wrap it up and we'll come back here in a little bit. I'm going to be attending the circadian rhythm red light session. And then I'm not sure what you're planning to attend, but I'm excited to kind of hear what you're excited to watch, and then we can talk about our thoughts on those sessions after.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of fun. I haven't like totally dialed in exactly what I want to take, but yeah, the circadian rhythm one and hyperbaric chamber is really interesting to me. So even if we take the same ones, I don't know, I think that could be kind of cool. So we can
Yeah.
have some banter around that.
We also, I know that I did the upgraded one, so I'm going to get all the videos
Yep,
after, and I'm going to watch through all of them uh, later this weekend. So
me
we'll have
too.
our full discussion then on our Beauty and the Biohacker podcast Monday. So we're going to do a full deep dive on everything we learned and the biggest highlights and the jaw-dropping moments. So if you're not already subscribed to the podcast, we host a podcast and it's really fun. And we just hang out, and we've actually never met each other yet, but hopefully soon. So yeah, so if you guys are interested, you can just find that out on beautyandthebiohacker.com. Shameless plug. Okay, cool. So anyway, it was great to see you. I love the outfit change, and I'll probably wear something different in the next video. It's
It's
so
very
hot.
on
It's
brand,
just so
right?
hot here right now. It's like already like 85 degrees.
I was freezing after my cold therapy. Like, full disclosure, I was totally heating up in the bathtub
Oh yeah.
while
Hmm.
the brain talk was happening because I
Hmm.
was freezing. I was so cold, and I'm really glad I didn't get my hands in because I find my hands like don't work for a good 15,
Oh
20
yeah,
minutes.
100%, 100%. It's it takes a long time for me to warm up after an ice bath, but not as much now that we're here in Hawaii. So the speeding process is a little bit faster. But glad you're warmed up. Glad that we had that session, and maybe we'll do another quick Instagram live later today. So stay tuned on both of our instas for that. And yeah, thank you everyone who is watching and chatting. We really we do this because we are nerds and we love you
It's
guys,
fun.
and it's
We get to hang
fun.
out.
We get to hang out. We get to meet some
Yeah.
of you guys that we're big fans of you. Like, you guys are the ones that really give us that momentum to do what we do. Like, we wouldn't show up if it weren't for you guys. So I just want to, like, I don't know if I've ever said that on my channel, but I just want to publicly like thank everybody that's ever tuned in to any video that, like, really, like, from the bottom of my heart, like, I think of you guys every week when I'm putting my scripts together, and I love you guys. And even if we haven't met, just like know that, like, you guys, you make this job so enjoyable. So just wanted to say that.
Beautiful. Well, yeah, I mean, we're just having a good time here, hanging out. You guys just hanging out with us. Pretty sweet.
All right. Well, after on that note, I'm gonna go make myself a little bit more bulletproof coffee because it's still early, and we'll catch you later.
to you.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else but let you down.
Let you down. Sing all my melodies.
Take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else but let you down.
Sing all my melodies.
Don't wanna play games out with the moves. Don't wanna meditate, girl. With you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, follow me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. You don't need to be scared. I can be gentle. You don't need to stay that square. You're beyond compare. I want to celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes.
always think of you when spring comes. Like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think we loved eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place over spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. Say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for
I belong to you.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I'll always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else. Let you down.
Let you down. Sing all my melodies.
Take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else. Let you down.
Sing all my melodies.
Start with the moves, don't wanna meditate. Girl, with you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, fool me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low.
always think of you when spring comes. Like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'll do it all over again. At your place over spring break, a heartache. I'll do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for
belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else
Yeah.
but me, darling.
Put you down. Sing all my melodies.
Take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else but me, darling.
Sing all my melodies.
Start with the moves, don't wanna meditate. Girl, with you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, follow me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. You don't need to be scared. I can be gentle. You don't need to stay that square. You're beyond compare. I want to celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only
spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why, always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends, stayed in bed till Wednesday, fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. I had a friend of a friend. Never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place or a spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for We keep dancing with the devil, but he doesn't have our back. No, no. Nobody never know. We keep dancing with the devil, but he doesn't have our back. No, no. Nobody never know. We keep dancing with the devil, but he doesn't have our back. No, no. I belong to you.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I'll always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else but let you down.
Let you down. Playing all my melodies.
Take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else but let you down.
Playing all my melodies.
Don't wanna play games out with the moves. Don't wanna meditate, girl. With you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, follow me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low.
spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful.
Hello, friends. I am literally straight out of the ice bath. I just needed to kind of warm up slash cool down in between the sessions of the conference. And so far, it has been interesting to watch the different sessions. And Rachel's gonna come join us for a second, give a little bit of her feedback. I have to say, the one thing about some of these biohacking, larger panels is switch my video. There we go. Hello, girl.
Yo,
I'm
in my robe still.
You look so cute. I was just about to talk about how some of these, biohacking panels are they're it's not a lot of new information I'm learning, to be completely honest. A lot of it is stuff you sort of have heard before or kind of, already maybe know a little bit. I think some of more of the breakout sessions that we'll watch back will probably be really informative. But, for the most part, like the fasting panel, even the red light, and your circadian rhythms, like a lot of it is stuff that I think just nerds who are into this kind of are listening to and kind of understanding for the most part. So I haven't really, there's nothing that has been like jaw dropping yet, but the day is still young, as they say.
Yeah. Last time Dave did quite the mic drop right at the end.
What did he say?
And well, I mean, you just got to watch it, but it
No,
was
but
just
I'm
about
not going to be able to watch last year's. Is it?
it was
It's
about
not.
current events and just like really
Oh.
inspirational, meaningful words. And I'm really excited to hear about that. Yeah, I think the pre-recorded breakout sessions, I think there's a lot of gold stuff in there.
Totally.
And I'm really pumped for us to find some new speakers and people to collaborate with
Yeah.
and share some of the stuff that we're excited about learning more about. Yeah, I really want to learn about injectable peptides. I think
Yeah,
that
tell me.
that's really
So, in terms of like peptides for like just injectable peptides for like skincare, does that exist right now, or is that not really as a common practice?
skincare peptides has been around for well over a decade. I've been
Okay.
working with medical grade skincare using argireline, Matrixyl 3000, copper tripeptides, among many other peptides. It's not new information, but the science continues to keep getting better and better and better. So I'm hopeful that we are going to be able to see the science with skincare peptides and nutraceuticals getting so good that it will hopefully put, injectable, like facial injectables like hopefully render them not necessary anymore in conjunction with laser therapies as well.
Hmm.
But yeah, the information that was being talked about on peptides is like a lot of information that I'll get when I connect with my reps from the medical grade skincare companies.
Yeah.
But there could be, I didn't get a chance to finish that section, so I'm going to go back and listen to the last half because we both did simultaneous cold plunge therapies, which is pretty cool.
I know. Unfortunately, pretty much the 70 pounds of ice that I put in my ice bath did melt by the time that I actually logged on to the Instagram live. So I don't know if what that says about Hawaii and ice baths, but probably need a better ice bath than the $100 Rubbermaid one I'm using right now. I probably need something like stainless steel. But unfortunately, ice baths, like I've looked into a lot of them, they are so expensive. They're in the thousands for a really good one. So I just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. But guys, leave a comment if you really think it's time and you want to see like a full review of like the best ice bath. I mean, it's going to be really hard to maintain an ice bath out here in such a hot environment.
Oh, woe is you for being
I
in
know. I'm
Hawaii.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, meanwhile, here in Canada, it's like 9 degrees outside, and that water is probably, I'm gonna guess, like 5, 6, 7 degrees Celsius.
Hmm.
And like it's cold. So like
Yeah.
your hose water in Hawaii is like the lukewarm setting here in my bathtub, I'm sure.
We can't get cold water in our shower. That was like a huge struggle. I mean, I have to
Mm,
say, like, thank God for the 8 sleep and for AC because I can't cool my body down at night without those two things. Like both of
yeah.
those in conjunction are like the 8 sleep for cooling my mattress and then AC for just cooling down the room. The air temperature it's just really sticky and hot, and then the
Yeah.
water doesn't get cold enough. Just it doesn't. It's like
Mhm.
50 degrees. It's like no, actually not. It's probably like 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, I mean, you could do like more of a temperature controlled thing just in your bathtub. It's like you
Hmm.
don't have to buy this expensive system.
Yeah.
I would probably do it in your bathtub because your bathtub's going to be a little bit more like a calorimeter. It's going to have a
Yeah.
little bit more insulation around the porcelain as opposed to your Rubbermaid one that you have outside.
Yeah.
And it's black, so it's absorbing black. It absorbs everything. It's absorbing the sun's thermal energy. So just do it in your bathtub. You don't have to spend a lot of money on something. However, if someone is looking for some type of device like that, let's get somebody on the show. Let's talk
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, there are a couple of really interesting ice bath companies in the space. Again, it's just been, too expensive for me to justify doing a product review because I have to think of like my audience and, are people really going to be willing to shell out, basically a down payment on a car for an ice bath? It's so much. And
Just use
so
your
if
bathtub.
yeah,
My
so
hubby's a pro athlete. That's what he's been doing for years.
we did that in California and it worked really well. I love the idea of, kind of being on my back porch and doing, because we're also getting a sauna. And so I, would love to do sauna, ice bath and that kind of thing. But yeah, I think for the, this experiment was a great indication that the bathtub is probably going to be what we do for the future, for the, at least the foreseeable future. But anyway, I want to just be mindful of time because we're probably going to have to wrap up soon. What are you most excited for in this afternoon session?
I'm excited for the mic drop from Dave Asprey, just because he very eloquently explains ways for us to stay hopeful and motivated and connected. Some of the things I'm really excited about regarding the whole conference is just the networking and connections,
Hmm.
like creating human connections like we have online can be really powerful. And just
Yeah.
because we're not able to meet in person, but we can do some stuff online, I mean, there's some really strong connections that can still be made and lessons learned. And yeah, we'll definitely do an end of the day report.
Yeah, I'm super, super excited for that. I'm looking forward to his conversation with Mercola because I think
Oh gosh, yeah.
Mercola is, very opinionated on things. And so but I think Dave, at least in the podcast he did with him recently,
Yeah.
was really balanced. Like
Yes.
he was a pro interviewer and I was
Mhm.
thrilled. And so I'm sure it's going to be a very similar kind of, it's similar vein in this situation. I'm also excited for the breakout on hyperbarics, because
Yes,
that's been
definitely.
something that I tried once, and I can't say that I actually felt a change or saw any noticeable changes to my sleep that night, but I haven't given it a fair shot. So I really want to learn more about the science and the kind of the mechanism behind it, and really
Really.
see what the future of hyperbarics looks like. Because right now, again, it's kind of just so astronomical to afford a chamber in your own home that, like, they're gonna have to figure out a way to scale those down so that more people
Yeah.
can use them.
Just a quick note about Joe Dispenza's session. Dr. Joe Dispenza loves bringing like science, quantum mechanics, particle physics, and talk about like how we are connected by the Higgs boson particle field, which is like this invisible like spider web between every single freaking particle and ion, which is how information is actually passed in a flash from one side of the universe to the other through this cosmic web. And the Large Hadron Collider particle accelerator was fired up this year in March. I don't know why that isn't on mainstream, but this is like the coolest, biggest thing that humans have made. And I was really hoping that Joe was going to drop maybe some like recent scientific findings and data, maybe some information around like the beauty quark experiment
Mm-hmm.
that LHC recently did too. But they didn't talk about it. So, you know what? We're going to talk about it. Well, let's talk about it on the show, the recent advancements and discoveries with the recent firing up of the Large Hadron Collider, otherwise known as CERN.
Cool. Awesome. Well, you guys stay tuned for that. And we will be back in like less than an hour, I think. And we're actually going to have a special guest on. So stay tuned. And yeah, we'll catch you later.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else but let you down.
Let you down. Playing all my melodies that
take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else but let you down.
Playing all my melodies.
And we're live. Hello. We got a special guest in the house. We've got Brittany Ford, who is joining us live here for a quick chat. She is also a fellow biohacker. If you don't know about Brittany, go follow her. She's amazing at Biohacking Brittany. We're going to get into some of the stuff that she's doing because I think you are like just a huge, going to be, your new company is going to blow up in this space. You are really leading the charge with EMF protecting clothing, and we'll get to that. But first, just like, how are you doing and how are you liking the conference? Mm-hmm.
Can't hear her. Can't hear her. Can't hear her.
That's awesome. Uh-oh. Hold on. For some reason, we're not getting Brittany's audio, and I'm not entirely sure why. So let's see what's going on there. So, this usually sometimes. There we go. Can we hear? Please leave a note in the chat if you can hear Brittany. This is. Say hello. It's not too bad. The only problem, as I was telling Rachel earlier, is that the ice all melted literally right before I got in the plunge. And so it was still cold, but it wasn't an ice bath. So unfortunately the audio is still not working. Huh. All right, hold on.
Technical support.
So we got some technical support going on in the house. This is what happens live. This is literally why I never really.
Properties. Oh, well, you unplugged the microphone.
Oh.
It's all
So
good.
it was actually my fault, guys. So I'm going to take the blame here. It was my fault. I was fixing my hair before this because it looked like a disaster. And in so doing, I must have unplugged something.
Can you guys talk now?
Talk, please.
Hey, how's it going? Happy
okay, yeah.
Biohacking Conference Day.
All right.
What
cool.
biohacks have you done, Brittany, today?
Oh, today? Oh my gosh. I don't know. It depends what you count as a biohack. I took a bit of a break this morning and did 45 minutes of yoga at home. Just because I was sitting for so long, like I just went right into the conference and I was like, okay, like I need to move. So that was really helpful. And then I made food and that was pretty healthy too. Bulletproof coffee this morning. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Sweet. And tell us about your EMFs, your EMF undies.
EMFs, MFs.
MFs.
Yeah. So yeah, we actually just made the first, or I guess second prototype this week.
Sweet.
So it's healthier underwear for women, essentially. And it protects against EMF and radiation, and it's also antibacterial because of what the material is made out of. And so we got some back this week, and they're definitely not a finished product or nearly perfect enough for me to send them out. So it's fun. It's very new to be like developing a physical product. I'm a nutritionist and I've like been working online for a while now, and seeing clients and doing these other things, but to make something physical is really cool and really different. So it's a lot of fun and it's a lot of work.
I know. And that's also the other thing too, is like, we just had actually a mutual friend, Braden Paul's on the show from Fume. And
nice.
Yeah. And I had actually listened to his podcast with you, and I was I think it was after that it was really a turning point where I was like, I got to give this a shot. And now Rachel and I are also fans of Fume.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, so just like one of the things we did discuss was, you have this idea of like I want to create a product, an end product, and
Mhm.
it never like you never think of how much actual work is going to go
Mhm.
into it, you know,
Mhm.
until you're like in the thick of it and you're like, "Oh my gosh, like I need like
Yeah.
QuickBooks, like I need this, I need that," like
Yeah.
and like the manufacturing. So I'm sure that's you there's a lot
Yeah.
that you're learning on the spot.
Yeah, yeah, and honestly, it's a lot of fun, when you see a problem and there's no solution and you
Mhm.
create the solution, it's very fulfilling and rewarding, um, because I don't know, like, how much you guys know, but there's no EMF blocking underwear out there for women. And like well, okay, there's like a couple pairs and I have them and they're terrible.
Mm.
Like I would never wear them and they just feel very like designed by men and not something that any woman who ever wears any type of stretchy pants or anything tight would ever wear.
Yeah.
Um, so when you're creating something, a solution that doesn't really exist, it's very like inspiring and different.
Mhm.
But it's also harder because there's like you can copy the way other people have done it, but it's not like to the exact thing that how you like of what you're making, right? So you have to kind of like pivot, but it's really cool. And like yeah, Fume is really cool as well. Like what they've done in the amount of time that they've been around is just epic, and their story is amazing. I just love them as well. So
So tell me, too, just for anybody that's kind of tuning in right now and is curious
mhm,
about like what are the benefits of wearing EMF protecting underwear, especially for women, you know,
mhm.
at any age, but you know, maybe even in your like kind of fertility window, like talk about some of those health benefits that you are seeing and what your underwear can actually help do.
Yeah, so I first got interested in it in the fall last year because I work from home and I'm surrounded by my computers and my phone and Wi-Fi and everything like that. And my cycle has been irregular. It's better now, but it was becoming very, very irregular, like very long cycles. So my ovulation was very, very delayed. And I started just thinking about how much technology I was surrounded by. And I was like, this has to be impacting my health. Like, there's no way that this is healthy. And there's no way that, like, I can just continue doing this without taking proper measures to protect myself.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started looking into how it affects fertility and how it affects ovulation and pregnancy and miscarriages. And there actually is quite a lot of data out there. Um, and one of the biggest things that it does is delay ovulation. And so if you're delaying ovulation, which is like the time that you can get pregnant, that is going to decrease your chances of getting pregnant. But it can also lead to other issues as well, right? Like PCOS and a lot of other female health conditions that relate to that. So when you start like looking at the data and then you realize that like 1 in 8 couples struggles with infertility right now, you kind of just like take a step back and like you think like, okay, of course there's so much that plays into that statistic. It's not just EMF, but like our environment definitely is doing something. Like our way of life in this new tech world, especially now with COVID, we're all online even more, like it's going to be playing a part. So it's been very interesting to kind of like start piecing together the data and like understanding things. um yeah, and it's kind of scary too. So I mean, like there is underwear out there for men because there's more research on how it affects sperm and how it affects like
Mm.
men's fertility, and that type of thing. And that's probably why there hasn't been a proper female product put out there. But now the research is continuing and it's becoming more and more. So
Yeah.
yeah,
My fiance wears EMF blocking underwear, and I
nice.
have never tried it because, you know, kind of
Hmm.
like you said, there wasn't anything really on the market that
Hmm.
appeal to me. And so, you know, just seeing you come out with something that is going to be so much more accessible to a wide range of women because
Hmm.
it's
Hmm.
more proper fitting, and it also like I know you put your heart and soul into this, and it's just it's amazing to see. And I don't know if you remember, but you were on our podcast back when we first started Beauty and the Biohacker. And you're like, guys, I think I have
Yeah,
this idea. And then now here, like
that's so
just a
funny.
couple months
Yeah.
later, you have a product and you're like about to go to market. So I just want
Mm-hmm.
to say, I'm so excited. I can't wait to get my hands on it. Don't know if I'm going to do a full YouTube review of it.
You totally can.
I mean, yes, I probably should, and I probably will. But
Yeah,
that's going to be an interesting one to video.
to
So
film.
yeah,
Yeah.
we'll have to mull on some creative ways with that. But yeah, I'll let Rachel chime in on like kind of what you
Yeah.
do EMF protecting, because I know you've got your Soma Vedic behind you, and you do a lot to really protect yourself.
Yeah, I'm definitely what you would consider in the bracket of I have a hypersensitivity to electromagnetic radiation. I just know that. And the way that it manifests for me is almost like a nervous system dysregulation. So being stuck in that sympathetic state. So I'll do my off grid days. If you guys follow my social media, you guys know I
Mhm.
saw a bear 2 days ago. That
Yeah.
was pretty cool. Another one. So I've had two close call bear encounters within 1 month, which is pretty exciting. And after that off grid day, so it was like myself, my bestie, she's got her phone on airplane mode. There's no Bluetooth on in the vehicle. We're 3 hours out of cell reception. Going into fresh bodies of water. I actually drink the running water from where I am. So I'm getting structured water.
Nice.
And then the next day, I had the best readiness score I've ever had, which is a 97 on my Aura Ring, which is pretty freaking something to celebrate. So I do that. So one day off grid, I do have my Soma Vedic running, and my understanding about that is that it just creates a more coherent field in and around me. I always have my phone on airplane mode. Like, that's non-negotiable. My Aura Ring's always on airplane mode.
Yeah.
I'm not around any 5G towers here. In fact, there's like a whole bunch of farms that way, a massive mountain this way, like 1.3 acres that way until the next neighbor.
Mhm.
So I'm pretty fortunate that I'm able to not expose myself to a lot. But I love that you're creating some underwear
Mhm.
for protection of like
Mhm.
our ovaries and our uterus, because I am full on mama bearing my health right now to preserve
Mhm.
my natural fertility. Because there's a lot of stuff
Mhm.
happening in the world right now that we're kind of like wondering, is it going to impact
Mhm.
Yeah.
long term?
Yeah.
So I'm just doing everything I can to, preserve the body that I have, and my husband is as well. And I know we're
Mhm.
not the only ones that are
Mhm.
really working to protect our natural fertility.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I love everything that you said. And I love the area that you're in, actually.
Are you
Yeah,
still
it's
in the big city, Brittany?
yeah, I'm a bit outside of Vancouver, but I think I was telling Rachel today, I'm actually looking at moving to Victoria.
Hmm.
Um, oh well, kind of outside of Victoria, and we're going to see a house tomorrow. Um, but yeah, honestly, like part of it's awesome to like ground yourself and have days off grid, and like that's so important. But I think it's just so hard for a lot of people to do that, especially with kids or partners or like demanding jobs, and so to create like a practical daily solution is like something I wanted to do. And like there are other solutions out there, like some of the tech that you can get and like other things like that that can help. um but I just figured like if you're going to wear underwear anyway, it might as well be healthier,
Might
and
as
Right.
well.
like there's nothing else for you to do, you just put it on, so it just makes sense.
And
So
there's really not a
yeah.
lot of like tools right now other than some blankets that I know that we've talked about I think in the past for helping with EMF protection, but you like right for that area, that specific region too, there just is
Mhm.
not a lot of accessible wearable clothing for women.
You should do bras because breast cancer
Yeah.
stats are still
Yeah.
on in you, right?
Yeah.
That'd be
I get
sweet.
I get a lot of people DMing me ideas, and so bras is one of them. Um, a lot of moms asking if I'm going to come out with a kids line, because there's no
Yeah.
kids stuff that protects against EMF.
Hmm.
So I
Oh
don't
my
know about
gosh, if
that,
you made
but
like a baby onesie, I'd be all
oh,
over giving those
oh,
to my girlfriends. And also a toque. Make a
Cute.
toque, please, because I live in my toques.
Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. I feel like when I have kids one day, I'll definitely like be like, oh, I got to create this now. So, and then everyone else
Oh,
can have it too.
so my good friend Doug actually just wanted to kind of get a little feedback on your underwear line. And does it come with a high rise to protect the ovaries or not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they all of them will be like high waisted, like
nice.
underneath your belly button.
Okay.
But it will completely like cover your ovaries, and then the back is different. So we have a thong, and then we also have like a full coverage one as well. So when we go to launch pre-launch, hopefully soon, we will launch with two products, and then we'll see how that goes in the feedback, and then we'll develop more as we go.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'm sure
Yeah.
as you mentioned with, all the DMs you're getting, it's like this could actually potentially grow into a huge line, of
Mm-hmm.
other products that are kind of similar related. I think this is
Mm-hmm.
again like such a unique market, and
Mm-hmm.
you've been passionate about this for so long that it just kind of is a beautiful natural blend of like your passion and
Mm-hmm.
interest with like a market need, and kind
Yeah.
of seeing that synergy come together. I'm so excited for you. And this is a
Um,
really, really unique time and space for all three of us too.
mhm.
I think another thing that I don't really readily talk about, but I think it is kind of like an elephant in the room, is like we're three biohacking women. And you look at a lot of the panelists, and it's not
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
it is it's a pretty male dominated industry, and so sometimes it's difficult to navigate your way through some of these conversations, especially as they pertain to kind of fertility as well. But I think
Mhm.
it does impact everyone, and I think that even just talking about these things is creating awareness, and I think that's really where the conversation starts.
I wanted to
Yeah.
mention
Mm.
something about the brain tap. It was like a 5 minute
Mm,
meditation that the founder of Brain Tap put us through. And it's kind of like Joe Dispenza's work, just getting back to the conference and some of the things we've taken from that is envisioning what your future self will look like and your life will be like in a
Mm.
year from now. And I just envisioned myself looking in the mirror, looking fly, skin looking good, body looking nice and fit, good head of hair, looking great, but feeling good,
Mhm.
having my loved ones around, doing the activities that I enjoy doing while keeping that stress lower. And one of the
Mhm.
cool things about being a woman is that we actually tend to notice things occurring in and around our environments because of our reproductive capacity and
Yeah.
hormones and cycles.
mm,
So when we're talking about biohacking, it's almost like women should be leading the way, but it's almost like
Mhm.
it's like the male alpha brain that's like, here's a problem, let's fix it. So I
Mhm.
think maybe that's a component as well.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I'd like to see more diversity in biohacking in general.
yeah.
Um, and not just with gender, like across multiple fronts. But I think we're getting there, like I started biohacking, I think in 2018, and it was like very male dominant. Like I don't
Hmm.
even know who I knew in that year that was female who was really into biohacking. And it's getting better, right?
Yeah.
So it's cool to be connecting with you women, and talking about this. But yeah, Rachel, like what you said is so true. When you see a problem and you're creating a solution, it's a very like masculine part of you that kind of comes out, and I know that, and I feel it when I'm working. I was like the other day, I was like, I think my testosterone's pretty high right now, because I just feel like I'm just like laser focused.
Yeah.
um and it's good because it's, you get more done almost, I guess, but then you have to kind of step back and go back into the feminine part of you and balance it out and like come back to earth.
Back in
So
the
Yeah.
body, right?
yeah.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
often talked about kind of this like testosterone estrogen like balance, and how you strike
Hmm.
that balance on our show. And it's like I tend to be or I mean, like I'm not certain because I haven't tested my testosterone in the moment, but I feel like I've got that drive too. Like especially when I'm
Hmm.
working on videos, I'm just like, like
Hmm.
it's very much sort of this masculine energy thing. And you're
Yes.
absolutely right. It's like you have to figure out a way to balance it. And I don't have an easy solution or an easy way, but I think that like over time you do just get better at it, and as you get more self-aware and more in tune with your own body and such. But I'd love to just talk a little bit more about some of the different speaking sessions that we've all listened to. I'm guessing we probably listened to a couple of different ones. I don't know if you guys listened to the one on circadian rhythms and light exposure,
Yep.
but it
I was
got
about
me.
halfway through that one.
Yeah, it got me thinking. And I mean, it's really not stuff that we don't know per se. It's more just kind of reinforcing some of the data behind the things that we do know. But in terms of like our exposure to blue light late at night, we totally understand how that can affect your circadian rhythms and sleep cycles, and it almost
Your skin
and
too.
your skin. But here's the crazy thing. So, in moving to Hawaii and specifically the Big Island, all of the street lights are orange hue.
Wow.
And I didn't realize the impact that has on my sleep and just kind of on the way that I interact with lights at night until I flew back to California for a couple of weeks, and I could feel that contrast because it was like just the bright white lights of big cities late at night when you're driving is almost like toxic. It's so intense, and here it is so different. It's like we have to take our iPhones out at night and walk down the street with our flashlights because it's so dark. So I'm just kind of curious, like what you guys have experienced, especially in Canada, because I haven't been there in a while. And so what are the, like, just your overall kind of thoughts on light and your individual relationships to it?
Yeah, I'll go first. I don't really have there's no streetlights on the road I live on.
Wow. Okay,
It's
cool.
pretty black. Like there are two bigger lights around where I am, and it's nice having those ones. One of them is more of an orange hue, and one isn't. And I've kind of toyed around with the idea of little
Oh my gosh.
and taking it out, but I won't actually do that. But I don't really have that problem where I live. But I've also made a decision to live a certain way where I live, so that I am a little bit more out of the city, and so I can live a lifestyle that's more conducive to the lifestyle that I want.
Yeah. 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 I'm in an apartment, and we're quite high up right now. So the street lights situation isn't really a thing for us. But I have red lights throughout my whole apartment for nighttime. I have really intense, like, blackout curtains. I wear blue blocking glasses. Like everything is dark and red at night in here. And it's actually harder in the summer though, because the sun sets later, and I struggle with like, when do I put my blue blocking glasses on? Like, do I put them on when the sun goes down? But like by that time, I'm kind of going to bed already if the sun is going down at 9. So then like, when do I put them on? Do I put them on at 8, like an hour before? So it's harder in the summer for me to kind of like close off. But yeah.
Do you wear blue blocking glasses that aren't with the red hue like throughout the day when you're working at your computers, or do you generally not? Because I haven't, but and then even today they were talking about the True Dark ones are only blocking 40%. The yellow ones block like 75% of blue light. And so I don't know. It got me thinking like, well, I guess 40% is better than 0. But I just haven't felt the need to buy one for light, but it could potentially lead to things like macular degeneration down the line, and headaches for people. So I'm just kind of curious what you both, or do you both wear blue blocking during the day? I know you do, Rachel.
Yeah, I can get into some of the science of eye health. I mean, the last 10 and a half years of my career has been in ophthalmology and oculoplastics. We're seeing a huge uptick in people with dry eyes. So if you think about it, if you're having all this, LED light impacting your cornea, there's going to be a degree of the squamous cells, the epithelial cells, which make the corneal kind of layer, if we're creating inflammation, that barrier and tearing can be compromised. We're seeing more inflammation around the actual eyelids, so like ocular rosacea, so diffuse redness. Also, if you have like puffiness to your eyelids, maybe there's some internal gut inflammation happening there too. Uh, LEDs on the skin, blue light reaches about 2.5 to 3 times deeper than the UVA on the cloudy days outside, and the UVB on the sunny days outside as well. So if you can switch out your inner home lighting from the LEDs to more of a halogen full spectrum lighting, I think that's a great little tip. If you have like lights in your fridge, get one of those like True Dark stickers and just pop over them. But basically the long and short of it is the wavelength of the blue light and LEDs reach deeper into the skin than natural light, thus creating potentially more inflammation, skin changes, mutations, accelerated aging, fine line wrinkles, brown spots, red acne scars, all sorts of fun stuff. So you got to wear your skincare, your sunscreen, even when you're just kicking it at home in front of your screens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. I wish I knew that when I was younger, because I just had a flashback to being in high school or university with my phone at 10 p.m. lying in my bed answering text messages and just like brightness all over my skin and my eyes. But yeah, I have the blue blockers for nighttime, like the true dark ones, the very dark red ones. I have the yellow ones as well, but I don't really wear them during the day. I also, this is very bright right now. I have a light in front of me, and like when I'm not on camera, it's not like this. But I use I am something called F Lux or Flux on your computer, which makes everything like yellowy, orangey. So I use that. And then I also hacked my phone to be able to turn red whenever I want it as well. So if I'm like looking at my Aura score in the morning or at night, I can just like make it red and then look at it. So I've like taken the time to make every bright light not bright if I don't want it to be.
Yeah. I mean, I think it just goes to show there is so much newer technology too, like just embedded in the software of a lot of our devices that make it so you don't have to wear those glasses. I personally have never gotten the yellow ones only because I do a lot of color correction and like video editing, and you would have to take them off and on all the time. So like I just put iris in and I take it off when I'm trying to do color correction.
Nice.
But it's funny when you said like you're in college and you like would keep, I did the same thing. And then I stupidly like would put my phone in my sports bra, or sometimes like, when you're like in college and you're like waiting for a text message from a guy or something, you leave your phone like under your pillow and you're like, I hope he texts me. And like that frequency, that radiation that was probably happening so close to my brain, like that was so dumb. And I just wish, we had known what we know now back then. But since we can't go back, all we can do is like hopefully start to educate people that are younger about these things, and just to take those kind of precautions, because it's for your long-term health, right? It's so that was interesting. Any other like discussions that you guys felt like you just got a lot out of from the day so far? Hyperbaric. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I was digging that one, just talking about, the increased absorption of higher concentration of oxygen molecules diffusing into your blood. And it was making me think about my PADI scuba diving training when we're talking about the different pressures on the body at different depths.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar actually. And we know in aesthetic medicine that if someone has like a dermal filler complication, getting them into a hyperbaric chamber can just help with oxygen perfusion. So that's been something that I've been aware of for a long time, but I love hearing the biohacking spin on it as well. So I thought that was a great one.
Yeah. How about you, Brittany? Anything? Did you listen to the hyperbaric one, or are you going to go back and replay that one?
Yeah, I might go listen to it. I just recently tried hyperbaric for the first time, actually. I think about a month ago or so. So that was really cool. I listened to Shaman Derek's one on spirituality. I just love him as a speaker. Like I've heard him on many podcasts, and his energy is like, I'm just all about it. And so it was really interesting. And he always talks about things that I don't naturally think about or I'm drawn to. And so I just always learn a lot from him. So it was really cool to kind of hear his take on spirituality and consciousness versus biohacking, and like how can we kind of marry all three of those, and like what does it look like, and staying present, and what happens actually like when we go in the past and we dig back on these memories and on our biology and all of these different things. It was really cool. So
I
yeah, he's a
love
great,
Shaman Durek.
yeah,
Yeah. He was at
yeah,
I think the live conference was like now 2 years ago because of COVID and everything. And
mm.
he did a like almost like a kind of a rave style like dance party where he did like spoken word accompanied by some music, and it was just out of this world. In fact, what he made you do, and like this was obviously pre-COVID times, was like find some random person that you don't know and sit in front of them and hold their hand for like a very long and uncomfortable amount of time. But it
Wow.
was so powerful. And of course, like there's this, relationship between touch and oxytocin. And so,
Mm.
he was really creating that kind of environment and vibe. And then his words with the music, with the touch, and with just feeling present with somebody you don't know and I think we even had to say to the other person, like, you are loved. It was so beautiful. And I got so much out of that. And it's still one of those kind of like memories embedded into me from that
Oh.
weekend. And so, yeah, I do think that there definitely needs to be a little bit more conversation about this kind of coming together, this synergy between the spirit and the mind and the body, because I think there's a lot of like conversations in almost like in like different buckets about this, but like how can we
Hmm.
get them all together, right? And I mean, I guess
Hmm.
this like forums like these are a great way to do that.
Yeah.
Well, I work pretty hard to talk about body, mind, spirit, energy on the Rachel Varga podcast. I talk about
Mhm.
that stuff all the time. There's a lot to human consciousness that's actually impacted on a galactic level. So we tend to forget about this. We're like, oh, we're humans on planet Earth. But hey, Earth is a planet in a galaxy, and when there's solar flashes and things like that, we move through different areas of our solar system. There's different energetics around that. It's going to impact us as well.
Yeah.
And I think we're kind of experiencing that as humans also. So,
Hmm.
really leaning into like connection with your spiritual source, your guides, however that might look, I'd say is just as important as biohacking. So, I like to,
Hmm.
incorporate in my life body, mind, spirit, energy optimization, not just the body and the mind, but it's everything else.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think for me, like when I started this whole journey of biohacking, I don't know if this was different for you, Brittany, but like I started with a one specific goal, and I was like, I want to be smarter. I want to like get more shit done, faster, and I want to get it. Like I want my brain to just be at another level, right? And so I started with nootropics, then I got into bulletproof coffee. Then I got into like, fasting, keto, exercise, like all those things. So like I put spirit like over here, like way over there. I was like, oh, I'll deal with that later. And so that was like never part of my kind of, foray into this whole space.
Mm.
Now it's become a much bigger part, and I think even just my relationship to nature, grounding, a lot of these other, meditation, the modalities that really make you go within has had an impact on me. But I think
Yeah.
everybody is different. Like you have different needs, and you kind of those things sort of come to you when the time is right. At
Hmm.
least that's been my experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think on your biohacking journey in general, like you become so self-aware that it's natural to kind of start watching your thoughts and the words that you use and your spirit and like and what that means, right? Like
Hmm.
so I think a lot of people are drawn to biohacking in the beginning because you're quantifying yourself, and it's all very like sexy with the gadgets and everything like
Yep.
that. um but yeah, the more work you do on yourself, again, like the more you get to know yourself, and you yeah, you kind of you just evolve. You
Hmm.
just evolve. And like same thing, like when I started biohacking, never thought I'd be like into spirituality. Didn't even know what spirituality was like in 2018, 3 years ago. Like would never even think about that, you know?
Yeah.
But now I feel like it's probably the one part of my life that has the least amount of biohacking going into it. And so that's why I'm so drawn to it now. I'm like, okay, like how do I tap in more? How do I tap into something that's bigger than me more often? Right.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, it's interesting. I think biohacking in general is just like a beautiful journey towards
Yeah.
yourself
And
and the world.
I
Yeah.
love that. That is so beautiful. Yeah, Rachel, I'm gonna let you say something because I have a note after that.
Yeah, and maybe just like rephrase that, not tapping into it, but actually just asking for it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I have to say, and this is just me being totally like a data driven nerd, but I want to still quantify it. I still want to be able to say, like, because like one of the things I value in, and this is maybe what drew me to the biohacking, is being able to do something and see the end product, see the result, right?
Hmm.
And very type A of me, I get it, but like it is still really hard to do something kind of in more of the spiritual realm, whether it's, grounding or meditation or drinking structured
Mm.
water, like, it's still really difficult. There aren't enough devices out there that you can actually like specifically quantify what's happening. Yes, there are like I sometimes use like the Muse S device to look at my brain waves, and Dave talked a little bit about gamma with his discussion with Joe Dispenza, and you can definitely look at brainwaves and get a sense of what's going on, with those different frequencies, but it's not the whole picture, right? And it's like sometimes the way you
Yeah.
feel after a session just can't be quantified. So I'm having to get comfortable with being uncomfortable on that side of things, where it's like I might just do something because it feels good and I can't see the finished like end product. That's hard though. It's hard to talk to people about that.
Or maybe the biometric, there just quite simply isn't technology to measure the benefit of it quite
Or
yet
that.
on the physical plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about what's going to happen with the Large Hadron Collider in CERN being fired up again this year, because it was
Mm.
off for I think about 3 or 4 years.
Hmm.
The last time it was on, we discovered the Higgs boson particle field that I was talking about earlier. So I'm really hopeful that there's going to be some sweet new innovations coming from that. That's going to then, from the industrial plane, trickle down into more of the consumer market for health optimization.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of the technology actually comes from, is from some of those experiments.
Okay, so speaking of technology, guys, have we looked at the virtual tech hall? And I'm sorry, I love nerding out on tech stuff. Is there anything that you like really got you excited? Because like I'm like so close to pulling the trigger on Brain Tap, and I'm just like, oh, it's so expensive. So I'm
Brain
just
Tap's
curious.
sweet.
Yeah, like anything like that you guys are like thinking about trying that like, kind of looks cool that you thought?
I think I have to take a look again. I briefly looked this morning. I don't know. Nothing's really standing out to me though.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What about you, Rachel? Is there anything? Any
Yeah,
recommendations?
Brain Tap, I'm pretty I have used it before at a Mindshare conference and actually had a pretty incredible experience, to be
Mm.
totally honest. They have a lot of things Dave has a lot of things here that I have already tried.
Hmm.
One of the things I'm really excited about is ozone therapy at home and also the biocharger. I have had the pleasure
Oh
of being
yeah.
around the biocharger in Dave's Asprey Personal Alpha Labs for, yeah, we were just hanging out. And I don't know exactly how the biocharger works. I know it's going to be like frequency driven.
Hmm.
That's the one I'm the most excited about, and the ozone therapy.
But the
Mm.
biocharger is so expensive.
It's like 15 grand. A lot of times,
Yeah.
Oh God.
people in the biohacking community will buy the biocharger when they have a type of clinical practice.
Hmm.
We will see things like biochargers in European med spas, where people
Mm.
go and do those like week immersions at
Yeah.
these places and they get rejuvenation done. They're going to have this type of technology around. But as you know, Brittany, the research
Hmm.
around EMFs and the implications on the biophysiological level, a lot of that research is
Hmm.
coming from Europe. Did you find that too?
Yeah. 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 It's
You
not
know why that
surprising.
is?
I just think I don't know. I don't know
I do.
definitively. Oh, you
I
do?
know what
Okay.
it is. Yeah,
I have
it's
my
actually
hypothesis, but
yeah. You can look up Dr. Beverly Rubik's work on YouTube. She has like 2 or 3 like hour and a half, 3 hour sessions of her talking at conferences. She's one of the leading minds
Mm.
in electromagnetics and how it implicates the implications on our bodies. And as she was actually saying that in a number of states, the telecommunications company actually they've signed contracts, whatever bills that they can actually do whatever they want health wise, and they don't have to ask for like approval before rolling
Yeah.
out technologies and things like that. So stuff in the USA and Canada, any research will 100% get stifled by the telecom stuff. So, but in Europe, it's different. That's why a lot of the research coming out of there is there's a lot more of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fascinating. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Brittany, have you had a chance to go to the Upgrade Labs in Canada yet? I don't know how close it is to you.
I was actually going to, but we are recently under a new travel ban in BC, and so I'm actually not technically allowed to go to the island. But I'm
Wow.
going tomorrow. I'm going tomorrow, but they're just too busy with this conference this weekend, which is totally fine. But yeah, so when the travel ban, I think it's done May 25th. I'm going to go in and I'm going to do a tour and see everything.
Yeah.
You know, you go. I'll hang out with you there.
Yeah. I really want to get involved somehow. I don't know what it's going to look like yet. Slash MFees could be a sponsor for next year. Slash Dave can be an investor in MFees. I'm putting it into the universe.
I
There
love
you
that.
go.
I love that. Like, cause like right now in all the videos, it's like Brain Tap or like Docere Clinics. It's like next year I see like Brittany's like
MFees.
MFees and Co being like the sponsor. And I'm just putting it out there. I think all three of us are going to be speakers at the Biohacking conference next year. So
Wow, that would be
throwing
sweet.
it out there.
Let's do
Just
it.
I have no inside scoops on this, and I'm sure Dave is not watching because he's probably much busier. But I think sometimes you just got to manifest these things and see how they all
Yeah.
work out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the last panel I kind of want to talk about was Joe Dispenza, because I have not personally gotten really into Joe Dispenza like some people have, because I know that like he has a really strong loyal following of people who are like, I've done Joe Dispenza's work. I get like it's, but for me, like I sat down, started to read his book, and I was like, okay, I need to put this down and come back in like a year. Like I just was not like emotionally and mentally ready for it at that point. But I'm just kind of curious, like if you guys have, I know Rachel, you've met Joe Dispenza, but like even Brittany, like what's been your relationship to like, knowing about him or trying some of his stuff, or does this now inspire you to want to like learn more about him?
Mine's actually very similar to you. I haven't like really tried any of his stuff, but people recommend him to me all the time. All the time. And so they're like, have you done his meditations or his work or his like I don't even know. And I haven't. I haven't read any of his books. So again, like seems like a very inner reflective thing to do. And I think I'm in that place in my life now. So I'm very open to it. And I was really inspired by his talk today. So
yeah. I was telling Rachel earlier when we were ice bathing together, just he's so good at like bridging the gap between like being so overly woo-woo, which is something that like I have like just an averse reaction to. It's just like, I don't get it. You're not speaking my language. Like it doesn't have to be like watered down mainstream, but like he just is able to speak to so many people in a very elegant and educational way that I think he's able to like really hit the mark. At least he did for me. Like just like, okay, I get it. Like there's a strategy here. He does have data. He does have science behind what he's talking about. That means a lot to me. But like Rachel, I want to know about what your day and like with Dispenza was. Like, tell me about it.
Yeah, it was in Portland. I think it was 2 years ago. And I was actually going to meet one of my other favorite authors, Rebecca Campbell. Light is the New Black, Rise Sister Rise are some of my favorite books. Those books are actually really what inspired me to get into that masculine, feminine
Mm-hmm.
energy and show up online and,
Well,
hopefully make a difference and make an impact. And then I also had the opportunity to spend the day with Dr. Joe Dispenza. And one of the meditations that he led the group through, I actually recorded on my cell phone. And to this day, I still listen to it. The mornings when I do listen to it, it's about 30 to 45 minutes. It's all about just getting you into that void. So getting you into like that black space. And when I do that, my days are, I have more synchronicities. The
Mm-hmm.
days just happen to have like a greater sense of ease and flow. It's actually very noticeable to the point where it's kind of comical.
wow.
Interesting. Yeah, I have still, I've struggled with meditation for a while. And it's like
Mm,
it's very hit or miss for me, and I just haven't quite like hit that point where it's like I've done such a good meditation that I can walk away and be like, "Oh my God, like that was life-changing." I just haven't had that experience yet. So maybe it's just been the wrong setting, or just it hasn't been the right time. I'm hopeful though. Totally hopeful.
yeah. I just started not getting good at meditation, but doing it more frequently and feeling like I'm getting better.
Mm.
I started doing these things I call a 2 p.m. reset. So I was finding that I was just working so hard in the mornings, and then around 2 p.m., like I would just crash or just feel like I have nothing left in the tank and I just want to like go offline. Um, so I started just lying on the floor for 10 minutes and just like practicing gratitude and like listening to my breath, and also just like thanking the universe for everything that I'm thankful for right now. And only for 10 minutes, like zero expectations to do it for like longer than that, and it's actually
Yeah.
worked really, really well. And it's taken me a long time, like you said, to like find a meditation practice that I can actually stick to and actually works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so just keep experimenting, because like there is a way to do it for sure.
And it will continue to evolve. And I have to say,
Mhm.
one of my favorite pastimes with one of my best friends is actually just put on one of these 2 hour meditations. They're like full on like hypnosis for sure. And you
Mm.
just get like earth updates and energetic updates and downloads. And like that stuff really appeals to me and seems to really work for me. I do see a noticeable change in my sleep scores and readiness score when I'll drift off to sleep with those types of
Mm,
meditations playing. So, Katie, when you're thinking about, how the heck do I quantify it? I do
Yeah.
see those
yeah,
improvements in my metrics.
yeah.
I do sleep hypnosis quite often, like almost every night, or I'll listen to like binaural beats. That
Mm,
have found to be very meditative for me. And I do a similar thing, Brittany, actually. Like I, in moving out to Hawaii and now like getting up at like 4:35 a.m. Because of the time difference,
mm,
we have been having that crash early afternoon. And as a biohacker, we're like, all right, how do we get through the rest of the day and like full
yeah,
steam ahead? And it's like, yes, listening to your body, taking those cues. And so instead of like sitting down and listening to my breath, what I'll do is just put my binaural beats on and try to like
nice.
close my eyes for 20 minutes. And that usually does
Yeah,
help. I think it's a lot of it is experimenting frequency, as you said, like the more you do it, the better you're going to be. That I think applies to so much in life, like almost
yeah,
everything.
yeah, for
And
sure.
yeah, I think like I just actually my good friend in Australia, his name is Michael, and I just on the phone with him yesterday. He's like, "Yeah, I just finished up a 10-day silent meditation retreat." I was like, "I don't think I could be silent for 10 hours, 10 minutes. Like that would be really tough." He's like it
Yeah.
was life-changing, but I would probably not do it again, but he's like, "But it was like now I know like what it takes to be a
Wow.
meditator." Yeah, I was just like, that is
Wow.
commitment. So,
All right, let's
Uh,
get back to the main stage. I see Dave's talk
yeah.
about tools
all
and
right.
therapy.
This was so wonderful. Brittany, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Where can we find more about MPs? Just a quick plug.
Of course. Yes. Biohackingbrainy.com and at biohackingbrainy on Instagram. All the links are through there.
Amazing. Can't wait to see you
Cool.
guys later.
Thank
And thank
you.
you again so much for your time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I'll always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else let you down.
Let you down. Playing all my melodies that
take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else let you down.
Playing all my melodies.
I'm stuck with the moves, don't wanna meditate, girl. With you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, follow me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. You don't need to be scared. I can be gentle. You don't need to stay that square. You're beyond compare. I want to celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh.
spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place or a spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for
to you.
I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I'll always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else but let you down.
Let you down. Playing all my melodies that
Take me to your heart.
I belong to you.
Take me to your soul. No one else but let you down.
Playing all my melodies.
Don't wanna play games out with the moves. Don't wanna meditate, girl. With you it's hard. Fill in the blanks, text me back, throw me a kiss instead of them tricks. Don't make it hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. I don't wanna push and pull, girl, come on, fool me once. Oh, I don't play rough. You know where you got me around your little pinky, and nothing to ask, nothing. Damn, this crush is hard. I wanna celebrate, you know, our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. Way down low. You don't need to be scared. I can be gentle. You don't need to stay that square. You're beyond compare. I want to celebrate, you know. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only we know how it goes. We know how it goes. Our togetherness, both mind and flesh. Only
spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'll do it all over again. At your place over spring break, a heartache. I'll do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for
And we're back. It's been
What's
a
up, friends?
marathon. Yeah, I've been up since 5. It's now 3:15. I got some biohacks in though in between. Got some sunlight. I got my vitamin D naturally, you know. But overall impressions, thoughts. We're just kind of wanting to leave you guys with a little bit of what we got from today, and then we're going to obviously do a much bigger deep dive expansion when we have our full podcast that we're going to record on Monday together. But anybody have any thoughts, leave it in the comments. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of wrap things up here. So Rachel, your biggest takeaways from the day, or anything insightful that you got that you want to share?
Yeah, well, this is my second time attending the conference live online. And one of the things I really like is just highlighting different narratives. And last year, Dave did a really great job with like a total mic drop at the end. And he did not disappoint this year. You're going to have to catch the replays to get a sense of really what we're talking about. But I really like it when we can entertain alternate narratives. And we're at choice points right now. We can choose to biohack, we can choose to not biohack, we can choose to live in a way that just feels good for us. Whatever feels good for you was kind of like the takeaway. And there's ways to support yourself in many different layers. But I loved the kind of like the final closing message of like, we are safe. Like we
Yeah.
have never been healthier and have had more advantages in living than we had now. So I really liked how it was ended on a positive note, just like last year as well. Just to follow up with their last conversation, I was able to kind of like on the break dive into a little bit more on that peptide talk. So I'm looking forward to learning more about that in my clinical practice and also having some experts on the show.
Yeah, no, that's definitely an area that was just like, it kind of whet my appetite for more. And I think that's really, like, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, like, that's what I get the most value from with the biohacking conference is like, you're not going to get like a Udemy style course on one specific topic. It is such a hodgepodge of so many different things in areas that really can speak interest to so many different people. You have everything from like plant medicine to meditation to, hyperbaric oxygen to, I mean, it just like, it runs the gamut. So every single like presentation that you get is just a snapshot. It's like a quick peek into more that you can actually explore. So, if you don't want to listen to endless podcasts, and try and like find all this stuff out yourself through various mediums, this is a really nice digestible way to kind of get an inside look at some of these things that are happening, on the forefront in the biohacking community. And then from here is where you do the work. Or in the case of us, we're going to do the work.
Yeah. And over the last, I'd say 2.5, 3 years, I've spoken on multiple summits. And essentially, this online conference is a summit, right?
Yeah.
Lots of cool speakers. And the reason why I like to share certain summits and choose to be a speaker on some summits and maybe not others is because it's such a great way for us to share with you tuning in here some of our favorite people. And one of the cool things about this kind of like summit type approach is that it gives you like 30-minute segments with health experts. And then you can be like, oh, hey, I really resonated with that message. I'm going to go look them up, see what they're talking about, see how I can work with them. So it's just sharing resources. And within my, code of ethics, that's a huge part of it, is just being a community resource. So yeah, I highly would recommend accessing the replay with our code Varga VBC. That does give you access, I believe, to some of the replays as well, if those tickets haven't all been snagged yet.
Yeah, that
But
was
just
so
look at
generous.
summits is a great way.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I haven't sat on a summit yet. That is definitely a future goal of mine. Obviously, with COVID, it's been really hard to do so. But I mean, I think that even in an online setting like this, like obviously some of them were pre-recorded, some of them were live though, which was, great to see, because like there's some excitement about live content. But I think more than that is just that community feel of like, I'm watching this with 10,000 other people. You feel like, you have the opportunity to chat or comment, and your kind of feedback is sort of, becomes part of that dialogue of this bigger picture. And, even though this one wasn't, in person, and I personally like had one of the best experiences at the 3-day event. It was, talk about networking. It was just like people that you would see who are huge, podcasters themselves. Luke Story was there, you know, I think Rick Rubin was there. Like, there was just so many people that you would just like rub elbows with, and that was really exciting. So you don't get that from this, but what you do get is the download of information. And yeah, I mean, I think just to kind of wrap things up, Mercola talked a little bit.
I've actually had the chance to meet him.
Oh, you did?
And bump
Yeah.
shoulders with him as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I met him at the last conference too. I think he was giving a talk. I believe it was right around the time he was going to be producing his book on keto fast. So he talked a little bit about, fasting, which we obviously got through the intermittent fasting panel, which I thought was really, really well done too. And
Yeah.
I also found it very interesting, no surprise here that like across the board, they all were like 16-8 is pretty much the standard, or even a 12 to 14 is a good way to start, depending on your age and kind of a number of different environmental factors. But yeah, I thought like, with some of these speakers, obviously some of the more bigger names, Joe Dispenza, Mercola, you're going to get a lot of people in. But at the same time, it's like you're going to still get some really, really great, valuable educational information from, a lot of people that you may have never heard of either.
Yeah, and I'm really excited with having some of the speakers on and some of the products in the tech hall,
Mm-hmm.
learning more about that also. And I really actually enjoy the chats on these things because it almost gives me a sense of like the inner dialogue of individuals at this time, and just how across the board it really is right now, how polarized things are,
Yeah.
even within like a community, right? And that's just like the beauty of life, is just being able to like be inclusive and not let decisions divide us,
Yeah.
because that goes against like unity, law of one, unity, all that stuff. So just keep that in mind, guys.
Just out of curiosity, because I was more just like listening or watching the actual presentations, and I wasn't, engaging in the chat as much. Was there any divisiveness in some of the
Huge.
conversations?
Yeah,
There was.
100%. Yeah,
Okay.
it was
Yeah.
very polarized. And
Mm.
yeah, I mean, I have an opinion on that. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm willing to share it,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
but
No,
I
I just was
do.
curious, like what the like general like vibe was.
Yeah, I mean, people just sharing their opinions, and it was kind of across the board. It was, we live in a world of duality. People are going to have multiple opinions. And even with someone like Dr. Mercola, he unfortunately has been, been painted with a brushstroke.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't always see the good things that people do from behind the scenes. They might
Mm-hmm.
just see the headlines of others that are, pushing some type of other opinion. But
Yeah.
it's just good to like hear people, and if you resonate with them, then work with them. If not, if their message and their vibe doesn't resonate, that's okay. Just find someone who does.
Mm-hmm. That really goes back to, just like the foundation of everything with like, starting our podcast and, starting a YouTube channel, like though you kind of gravitate towards the people that inspire you, right?
Yeah.
And what I've learned over the past few years of just kind of getting into this biohacking space and really kind of working on my own self-awareness is you've got to follow your instincts and with a lot of things and what your true north is telling you to do, right? We all have an opinion, but it's good to be open, right? So always have an open mind, but like still stick to your gut. And secondly is like, if you're right, if like a certain voice or a certain person or opinion is just not in alignment with how you feel, that's okay. Oh well. There's plenty of other people out there, many fish in the sea, many creators, many podcasters, educators that, are going to maybe speak more to you. So how do you seek those people out, And I think this is a perfect opportunity of giving you a lot of differing opinions on a lot of differing matters, and then you as a viewer get to decide.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty sweet. Yeah, so everybody tuning in, be sure to subscribe to the Katie Type A YouTube channel, the Beauty and the Biohacker channel, and the Rachel Varga official YouTube channel too. Because
Yeah.
we go live on the Rachel Varga channel too, and it's pretty cool. And I'm so grateful for all of you who have taken the time to hang out. Katie and I, before we started recording, we're like, we should do these live biohacking days a little bit more frequently, because I think we're all seeking a little bit more like lighthearted fun and inspiration and connection. So please let us know if that resonates. Send us an email,
Yeah.
info@beautyandthebiohacker.com. Just let
Oh,
us know like what you want to hear more about
I
from
love
us.
you,
And
Doug.
we'd
You're
happy to
awesome.
oblige. What did Doug say?
My friend Doug is like, I do. And I so appreciate that. I actually think this is like, we don't need a conference to like have an excuse to talk about the things that are on our mind and that we're doing on a daily basis, and the things
We got a
that
microphone.
we got a microphone. And like, honestly, it's funny because like I very much love, producing videos, editing, working on the, everything that goes into the shell of making a really polished and finished video. But this is also really nice, and it feels so genuine and authentic just to be able to like have a conversation with everybody here, like see what the questions are coming in. And I think this is like kind of gotten me excited to do more of this kind of stuff. So stay tuned. Like, I think this is going to become a regular thing with me and Rachel. Just, we have, but both of us are, in different parts of the world and have very different careers, but at the same time, we've got so much in common. And that's what brought us together, was just like, we both clicked when we met each other, and we still haven't met in person, so that's going to be a trip when you come and visit.
Oh man, what a build up. Hey.
But
so good.
But I have to say, like, I've learned so much more about meditation and mindfulness and tapping into spirituality because of you and your influence. And I think that's something that I maybe don't publicize a lot, but I think it's important. I think like you are the product of like the 7 people that you surround yourself with, and you're one of my closest like friends, even though we live so far apart. It's just, I think like there's a really good synergy and rubbing off of different things. And same, I'm sure the same with you, like the biohacking stuff you didn't really know about until we sort of collabed, and now you are just like such a super biohacker.
No, not necessarily true.
Okay, fine.
I
I know,
my hubby
date
and
Asprey.
No. My hubby and I, we were using this like locally made red light therapy like 10 years ago.
Okay, fine. Then you're OG. You are OG biohacker. So much. You have so much more than me. Yeah. No,
but at the
I
same
love
token,
it. Yeah, no, it's true. That's true.
You've helped change my life, right? Which is pretty cool. Like, you've opened my eyes as a medical practitioner, as a registered nurse, to this whole other world of health optimization and people that give a ish about their health and are willing to do the work and track stuff. And it's pretty cool.
I just think there's so much to learn, and there's just I'm just really excited for the future of what's to come, because I think I know I say this a lot, but like 3 to 5 years, we're just going to see a sea change of a lot more advanced technology, especially as it relates to, quantifying data as for brain health. Because right now, like, you can't test your neurotransmitters. It's really difficult to test your brain waves. And so I've always been very like brain focused, even though I don't have a neuroscience degree, but I'm fascinated by that field. And I really want to know how to optimize my brain for longevity, and just overall output. So I want to see that. Like, I'm just so excited to kind of follow the trajectory of what happens on that front. And we'll see some stuff happen in the next few years for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo that. I'm excited to see brain optimization information for headache reduction, anxiety control, hormonal regulation, and also just like optimization of how we can live our lives, feel great, get the things done that we need to get done, and have the time and energy to spend with our loved ones and not just looking at our screen all day. Like, okay, we're obviously on a screen right now,
Yeah.
so backpedal, but you know what I mean.
I know. I always feel like I'm walking around with like a foot in my mouth because I'm like, I try to like, stay off screens, and then I'm like, oh, but
But I've been on it all
I'm on
day.
this screen right now sharing an Instagram post. So how is this, but
Yeah.
listen,
Is this like Ready Player One?
yeah, pretty much.
Oh, snap.
That's our life right now. Yeah.
I don't like that.
No. So we'll but I think again, like coming back to full circle to like the beginning of this conversation, like it really is about taking health into your own hands. The way Rachel does is she gets outside. She like goes deep into the woods in her Jeep, like off the grid, and you take time to detox, like digital detox, mental detox. And I do the same with Jasper. We go every time we go on a hike, phone in the car, don't even bring it. It's so important to really spend time with the people that do matter and get away from your devices for even just an hour at a time. Everyone can do it. It might be hard at first, but you can do it. It does help. So yeah, I think we should probably just wrap it up at that. I know it's been a long day. It is getting late. But I want to say thank you to everybody again for tuning in, and I hope that you guys were able to take advantage of the tickets. We will be back again soon. I'll keep you guys posted in my newsletter and on social media when we're going to do another live thing like this again. But this was a lot of fun. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll get Katie a little tougher at her cold therapy. Because I think you might have like mouth sworn on the IG live. You were like, I was like, oh, Katie, keep a G. That was all stoic.
Oh, I know. It was too warm. It was like a lukewarm ice bath. But I tried. I did try.
We'll get figured out. Just use bathtub.
We're gonna try out a bathtub next, and then we'll see what happens from there. But I did find out there's a secret cold spring location on the island. So Jasper and I are gonna go find a natural cold spring, and we're gonna go do that. And that'll be. There are parts of this island that get really cold, and that I'm sure is one of them. So yeah, I'm excited for that. That'll be a day. That'll be like Canada. Not really, but a little bit.
It's all good.
All right, guys. Thank you again, and we'll see you soon. And don't forget to subscribe to the podcast because we'll be doing a full download of all our thoughts after this weekend. So, bye. See you on the next one.